I feel like we're gonna have a bad time in the courtroom today. We don't have Susato to back us up. We don't have Susato. I doubt Sherlock is gonna be there. I mean, Sherlock actually looks like he's in... that he's doing well physically. Maybe. So he might show up to the courtroom. I don't know how everything else is gonna go. I'm scared. When I woke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And it's raining! The weather perfectly fits my mood. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I remember for the rest of my days. Now, I don't know whether or not... this is the last bit, the last stretch before the case is over, or whether or not it's going to be like, oh, we're postponing the courtroom, the court case, to give more evidence. Because it doesn't seem like it's been like that for any of the courtroom sessions that we've had. So I think this is it. I think this is the end. 17th April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. Gina, we can't continue the tsundere setup here. Come on. It's life and death right now. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. I need your cooperation. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, in the fancy dress. Susarto or Susarto, or however you say it, I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. I don't think Susato got any sleep if she went to go meet Herlock. Because if she went to meet Herlock after gathering up the rest of her things, she probably immediately went to the boat dock. You all right with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. I mean, she's probably already gone. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again one day. Even so, but you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. She brought the cat! Yes, bring the stress reliever. How are we feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Kitty, waka hi! Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show her support. Is she gonna be my partner for today? Isn't that right, Waggy? Meow. Cat. Ah, Waggy. A great way to show your support, kitty. Don't worry, I feel like that cat's gonna come in handy later on. There might be a possibility that this cat is gonna be the saving grace of this case, and I don't have to worry that we don't have Susato-san anymore, because the cat's gonna help. The cat is gonna find the evidence. Let him have a nose around. What arm could it do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Bought a paper? Brought a paper. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? I'd like to cross-examine the witness's cat. I mean, I've cross-examined a bird. Who says I can't do the cat, too? What do you say, Bruno, Ginny? Well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always say the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yeah, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Does that mean Susato-san is still here? What if they can't leave because of bad weather? Though I feel bad because Susato has to make such a long trip for her father's sake. The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. She had to take a train too? Oh my goodness, she's gonna have a very lengthy journey. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I mean, it's kinda. It does kind of lighten the mood that you think it's gonna be all sunshine later. I couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only all good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes and pick purse plunder. See? How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. She's probably such a delicate soul. That's the reason why she hides her face all the time, because she's probably crying. Don't worry, Bruno will show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be: discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. You think she has a hand in the newspapers? You think that she with all her stories in the magazines, do you think she also has her fingies in the newspaper? I wonder. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered into the court record. Why? Hi, Booty Pair. This morning's paper, purchased by Aristina's case, features prominent. What? Why is that added to the evidence list? Oh, I've been having a lot of fun with this game. It's been so much fun with all of the little details that you have in this game and all of the different types of game mechanics compared to before. Having the jury is really fun. Okay, so since it's been a bit, I want to gather my bearings again. Because that's the cat with that one with the 10 shillings and the small box that we never found. I wish someone could concuss me so I could replay the Ace Attorney franchise again. I am glad that my memory of video games can sometimes be really obscure, because I can remember, like, because I have played like the first couple of Ace Attorney games before, but I remembered literally none of it. Very small, minuscule things, and it's such a grand time to be able to do so. I don't think I could do that again, but it's been so much fun going through the Ace Attorney series again. Yeah, that's the legal representation. This is the one for the coat. That has the bloody fingerprint from the gloves on it. Oh, yes, our blood samples. Unknown green blood, purple blood, which we have surmised to be Masons. Pop Windabanks, blood is blue. Wonder, there's probably going to be a lot more evidence that's going to show up in the court, too. Oi! Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus on the day after the stab wound to the abdomen. Mason Milverton. Brickmaker, East End of London. Magnus McGilded. Okay. I remember the majority of what happened last time. I can't wait to see how this is gonna play out. I think next on the list, later on down the road, is playing the Edgeworth games, and in addition, the what's his name? Apollo Justice as well. And those are both on Steam too. Though after I finish this first game for Great Ace Attorney. Hi, baby girl. Emily was just let in. When we finish this first game for Great Ace Attorney, we're gonna take a little bit of a break for my vocal cords' sake before we get into the second game. And I do remember playing a little bit of the DS game for, I think it was Dual Destinies, maybe. I think that's what it was called, for the Apollo Justice game. I don't remember ever finishing it, so it's gonna be a fun time when we actually get to play it again. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie, but still. She's gonna be our partner! I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. She's gonna be my partner for today, and she's so smart. Well, yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering, is all about Sholmes? Did they fix him up all right? Yes, the operation was a great success. Why is your face so stoic, though? But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Oh, I see. Something's going on here. Because he was awake for Susato talking to him, so he's probably doing something behind the scenes. I have so many thoughts about the Apollo Justice trilogy. They did my boy Polly so wrong. Someday we'll have to get to the Apollo Justice games. Because that also had a lot of really fun mechanics. I asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. Oh, so she hasn't actually physically gone to visit him, so more than likely he was telling them not to send a telegram that he's awake. Oh, right. No, Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. I'm gonna be so nervous going in. I'm not even gonna be able to slam my hands on the desk properly. Oh my god. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina, Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Oh no! God. Who's the prosecutor? Is the prosecutor who I think it is? I can't recall if they said who the prosecutor was. Poor Gina, she's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she is worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. She's also not wearing the jacket today. Probably because after her finding out that it's covered in blood, she probably didn't want to wear it anymore. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Believing in the client till the end. It's not that it's a bad trilogy, but as a 5-6 cases are more concerned with how the culprit framed the defendant, but what makes the case great is the character motivation. You're the world's most annoying person about Ace Attorney. That just means that you really like Ace Attorney, though. Okay, it is him. God, who's the jury this time? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this courtroom to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels of the prosecution, or for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The hello again, Van Zeeks. Maybe he should really just start off with his cape off and just show how serious he is. No, he's cool as a He's cool as a cucumber. He's cool. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Oh, he's nervous. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? Any? It was some 5 years, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? No, I think he just has an agenda. I think he's a good person that's trying to weed out the evil. And it could also be that there is something going on behind the scenes, that every court case that he's been trying to go through, it just unfortunately ends in disaster, but it's not his fault that people are dying. Somebody else's fault. It would one might describe as your former life 5 years past. You dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and governments. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. Because there is more than meets the eye. What's going on here? There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. It means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded, if I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. See, the thing is that the Chief Justice, whatever his name, does he even show up in the person's list? Yeah. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice. He just looks evil. And the fact that he had us defend McGilded also feels like it was a ploy, but I don't know. I don't know. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Excuse me, I think I'm just being used as a pawn, thank you. Not necessarily my fault. Did he really just say that? He means you now, Bruno. Iris, I love you. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? Do you think I killed someone? Do you think I am a part of these plans? This ploy? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes, was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? There might be something going on behind the scenes that we don't fully understand yet. Maybe somebody has betrayed him who happens to be Japanese, or somebody's pulling strings. Somebody. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper at the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Dressed as dapper as ever. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Don't tell me it's random, because it feels like it's not. Ah, ha, ha, okay. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. I gotta hide my face for a second. Fudge! Dang it! I hate it when I still click that it goes forward. Okay, he's gonna show up anyway at the end, but oh my god! This is not gonna be good. This is not gonna be good for me. Former lieutenant in the British Army here. Don't you know chaps like me were born ready? The maid's back. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Okay. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything. Everything? He's in the early forms of VR. Oh my god, he's a doctor? What the heck? The old man was a doctor. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible, but could I have? Oh, oh no. Did you leave a tool behind? Oh my god. Woman indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. It's him! Oh! Rat! Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. They got a random bystander as a juror? I am visiting London for sightseeing. I guess that's as random as you get, but we all know, we all know this is not a good face. We know this person. Oh no. Oh god. Ryanosuke, please say that you remember. You probably don't because you have all that you have is anxiety on the brain. Is something wrong, Bruno? Oh, not exactly. It's just I don't remember who the one in the middle is. Have we seen him before? I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Yeah, that last one's a little dubious. Really, funny coincidence like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it's quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. Are we sure about that? Are we really sure about that? How could they have not known that when we dealt with one of the other cases that the supposed maid that we had on the jury had no correlation or relation to the case, which was not the case. The heck? Somebody's rigging these jurors. They're not supposed to be here. Especially the last one. He's not even an occupant of London. So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Somebody is, like I said, pulling the strings, and I have an idea of who. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. And who the heck our first witness is probably... Oh no, it couldn't be him because he was taken into custody. But he might have been let go. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. You say that every time, but we kind of figure out the details as we go along. Also, why is he blushing? Is he sick or is he drinking alcohol? The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. We already know that more than likely he did not bleed out here. Or maybe he did bleed. I don't know. I think his body was moved here, to be honest. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Okay, I guess that fits with the stature, maybe. Rising diagonal. What's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone, like the accused, you might say. Oh! The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Cool, I would like to examine up close. Indeed, the court the court accepts, hand them to the bailiff, please. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner that confirms instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. There are no other signs of trauma. A photograph of the victim found murdered in the storeroom. It shows the single bullet wound in the man's back. Oh, we got the layout too. Now I ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. First, I'd like to take a good look at some of the additional evidence that I found. Or have. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. How awful for Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? A proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. I fear that she does have... Okay. Is there anything on the backside? What's this? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Oh? For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Rudo? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Yeah, I'm sure that's not relevant at all. This morning's paper, which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Okay. Get back out of that one. Take a look at this. Details of victim, Pop Windabank, male, pawnbroker on Baker Street, time of death, 16th April, 1 to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party, Rionosuke Naruhodo. Coroner's Dr. Stevens. Post-mortem findings, single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy findings, instant death from a anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Do you think that there could be a possibility that he dropped the gun and it went off itself? And the other people who came in to rob the Windabank's pawn shop was not the one that killed him, but definitely is the one that moved the body? I don't know. What interests me is that the with the fact that there is soot or gunpowder around the edge of the wound here, it was pressed up against his back. So then it wouldn't have been able to be like dropped on the floor. Wonder what industrial England would think of the divination seance. God, they would probably brand that entire village as witches. Okay. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. Yeah, but you could open up that door itself, the little window that's on the door. You could easily shoot him from there still. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. Oh, that's a pose! Oh my goodness! It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had her gun, her hand with... Oh my god. She had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's not one of those filthy drabs that lives... Oh my goodness. Wow! What are the jurors waiting for? We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Out, there's the wine. I hope you break at least 6 cups today. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. What other evidence do you have, good sir? What can we call into question? Conveniently, that this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Yeah, the tricksy thieves. Good gracious. After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. Guys, is Ace Attorney worth getting into, or should I just wait until, like... No! Don't... You're gonna have a very different experience if you decide to do it that way. If you want the sillier side of, like, the very big stereotypes that comes with the court system, just play Ace Attorney. You don't need to experience it in real life. That is not something anybody should want to experience. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zieks. You could go to televised courting to get a similar experience. Oh, no. Yeah, good. I don't think you want to be on Judge Judy either. But yes, Ace Attorney is a really fun game, and if you are okay with a lot of dialogue that you have to read and remembering the silliest of things, then I would go for it. Ace Attorney is a hoot of a time. It is hilariously funny. It is filled with puns. The characters can both make you laugh and feel irritated at the same time. But all of these characters in every single Ace Attorney game that I've played and seen, it's just such a fun time. The absolute lovely stereotypes that come with Ace Attorney games, it's way too funny and hilarious to pass up. A plan of Windibank's pawnbrokery, the scene of the crime. It shows the relative positions of the main shop and the rear storeroom. And I take a closer look at their gun. Windibank's revolver has been added to the court record. A gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge, which I think the single discharge was utilized to shoot whoever has the green blood. Can I look at the barrel? This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. My reading comprehension today is as good as any other day, I guess. But his one bullet was fired that night and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder, trying to keep the articles safe? I think that's what it was. He shot at somebody else, and that bullet that's inside the calendar was definitely the one that was shot. The cylinder is completely empty. Okay, that's the same one. What about the trigger? Is it just the... Maybe there's gonna be something else later that I can look at. This is not letting me look at anything but the chamber. Okay, we'll wait for that. Yeah, I definitely think his body was moved. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Oh, he is starting off serious all of a sudden. And here I was thinking that you're going to keep the cape on for a while longer. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on 16th April of this year. Oh my god. Okay, I see. I can see already the person that is probably gonna be the one that shot him. Oh no. And for the fact that they were saying in his autopsy report that he was shot from a lower angle on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. What gently rising? What does that even mean? You can't gently shoot someone. Yeah, Gregson, clearly. Are you telling me that this man was on the floor eating fish and chips and then shooting randomly at a pawnbroker? This man, I believe, is not hurting for cash if he has enough fish and chips on him to last him the whole day, every day. He has enough money. What does this? State your names and occupations for the court. Why are they kind of cute? Why is one holding a pear, one's holding an apple? What? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie, professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Oh, I see. Why is he Nash and Ringo? Ringo Skulkin. Occupation, same as him. Hair. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're what they call... the three? Oh my god, are they all related? The three Skulkin brothers? Excuse me? What? Tobias, where? Three? What are you looking at me? Me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. Or blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So we decided that there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call you... Oh dear. Big bruv Skulky. Sulky? Wait, Sulky? Sulky. What? Okay. Are they actually related, or are they having some delusions? Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he's run out of chips? What the heck? What's happening? Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Beg your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you're doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Suspicion? They were at the pawnbroker shop. What do you mean? Not that we can say that through evidence yet. Thieves are they? These three? Don't put him in with these two. His cheeks are so chubby. Oh my god. No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with the intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. They gave him a box. Order. So he's shorter than you think he is. Oh my god. The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. You know that's not gonna happen. You're gonna be too busy eating your fish and chips and trying to go home. Of course, Inspector, skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Because I Skulkin's never Skulkin. Oh my god. This is like the older sibling trying to not join in on the shenaniganery of their younger siblings. But it would be very hilarious if he is actually related to these two, but are they really? I don't think so. What is the pure coincidence of this? Who's the third person? Who's your other brother? Can I also ask the question of like why are they also blushing like our other resident military man? Is there a reason for this? Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gap's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was. But once we got inside, blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. Nah, it wasn't even nice and quiet. We saw you guys in there. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. I don't know about that. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witness now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Don't you be getting cold feet now. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a moment by the blatant lies being told by that pair at the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. We'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Okay. Where's cross-examination? Okay. Door ajar. The front door of Windowbanks was ajar, you say. What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? My god. Yes, I'd say so, right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? He rubs his face just like the guy's wife. What the heck? I'm not sure, not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky? Me old mucker. He's just gonna eat his fish and chips in the corner. Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. See, the thing is he's not outright saying that they're not related, but he just says, don't put me in the same boat as these two. Are they actually related? That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. That is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. What are you trying to suggest, that you had to go in? Well, nah. Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whims of thieves, does it? I guess it's more so along the lines that he was trying to see whether or not you were going to sin in that case. It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You just don't find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah. There's no two ways about it. That doesn't give you the right to be a thief. Goodness. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. Okay. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke, what looks just like our bruv. I said cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. But once we got inside, core blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back. A gunshot, you say? Just the one, are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun laying around the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. So what could we use? Because I don't think that we can use the portfolio. Because we don't have specific evidence that talks about the calendar. But maybe we can utilize the floor plan? Maybe? That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. So with that, there's only one bullet that we can find, and the coroner's autopsy doesn't talk about a bullet being left inside the body. Or leaving, for that matter. Because it just says the bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. But then if there's only one supposed gunshot, and it's on the bullet is on the calendar. Hi, Sai. Welcome back to the waking world from your nap. That only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. How am I holding up to the heat? I am currently hugging a rather large ice pack right now. I think the temperature has actually gone down a smidge, but it still feels really hot in here. It's currently 86.8 degrees, and it's right on top of my computer, which is probably where it's going to be the hottest. I have a little temperature meter. It's so toasty though in this room. And take a few sips of water. Thank goodness for giant ice packs. So I think that probably during like a midway break, I'm gonna have to change this one out for a new one. Okay. I like how they're not even ever making eye contact. When we went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. How can you tell from the inside? Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Fanseeks, I'm asking the short one a question here, not that I don't know where it is, stupid. They remind me of the bandits from Home Alone. They kind of do. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. See, why? If there was a gunshot, why would you investigate? Wouldn't you just skedaddle? If you're going into a open-doored shop to go thieve things, if you heard a gunshot, you would be the most startled because you came in to thief, to be a thief, to steal things. You would be out in a heartbeat. Why would you go investigate the door? When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Yeah, that's logical. Oh, well, you turned to rabbit, Ringo. Your turn to rabbit. See, Turtle, oh my god, 21 months. Goodness. All the butts. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, groped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. Yay! 21 months! Thank you. Oh my goodness. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination, my Lord Nipponi's friend. It would seem is the former. I feel like any common thief, any normal thief, run-of-the-mill thief is going to skedaddle for the sake of their own life to thief another day. To have thievery another day. This is just kind of silly. This seems... It's all so fabricated. And we already know that. Thank you, Counsel. So I believe we all understand that the door was unlocked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. They didn't. You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out, me Lucy lockets. So, with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing. We hate more than... nothing we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. What the fudge? What the heck? We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out, me Lucy lockets. So, you'd clearly like us to believe. Come again? As you fled from the pawnbroker's shop, or the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Oh! Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. Oh, you just blew your own cover. I didn't even have to say anything else. It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Did you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Of course you would only reveal this now that I say something, you goober. See, why is he blushing? Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. So what I think is that they shot Windabroke. Well, I mean, they shot Windabroke. Windabroke tried to shoot at them. Somebody's blood, one of those guys' blood is green. But they don't seem like somebody who's injured, so who could the other person have been? The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say. Ah, that's that one. Yep, this is the one that shot Windabank. Why is he here? What shenanigans are gonna lay out that shows me this man is here that we've seen in some of the first cases we've had? The court will hold this weapon as evidence. The Skulkin brothers' gun has been entered into the court record. A firearm found in the possession of the Skulkin brothers upon their arrest. There are signs that a single round was fired. How can you even tell that there was more if it was only a single round? Oh, that's the second cup of wine. My learned Nipponiese friend. Yes. Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. Oh, are you trying to spin this that you didn't want to bring it up because it's bad for my side? For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. Ah, that's how they're indicating that's only one shot. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. We have ideas. Well, I don't need evidence because I was there. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. I mean, it's not like half of the stuff that you say is hearsay. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windabanks that night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. Why do I always have to provide clear proof but Van Zeeks never does? What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Can I also... let's examine this. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of these revolvers' 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windabank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we could do the blood samples, because then we can point out the unknown blood that is here, but this specifically was here before Herlock got shot, though. Maybe that's the only thing that we could really point out currently. Because we don't really have any other pictures of the crime scene. Hold on, let me save. I feel like we could use the blood samples, but I don't know if it lets us choose specifically the only thing that can really be used, though. Because we can't present profiles. It is only items. I guess we could try. Because we don't have to establish necessarily that it was the shot at Sherlock or Herlock, was only just that the blood was there.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigation, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. What the fudge? It's not like a good portion of the police are not like actually very helpful. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Okay, so then now we can choose the calendar specifically. Cool.
Take that!
I thought we were just going to go through a dialogue, a string of dialogue for that. What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but that indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. There we go. Is he still rubbing his temples? Or like the bridge of his nose? How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zieks? A fourth cup of wine? What's up your sleeve? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. Why are you being extra about learned friend and Nipponese racism today? What? Oh, first class. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chalice aside and then disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And, like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the streets. Eh? Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You were gonna get into them details. A deal, you say? Tell him, Sulky, see the bloke straight. I had nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. Of course he does. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have hopefully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks? Oh dear. As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim. Ah, so he basically has made me establish that that shot was there after Herlock and I arrived. I see how it is. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. So that's it. Oh my god. They're not... They missed all of us except the last one. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appeared to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric, says who? Not me, don't give me that look. He installed a pair of... Oh, the pictures. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Oh my god, look at the stack. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8 p.m. 8:30 p.m. 9 p.m. 9:30 p.m. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Can I look through all of those? Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. Kind of a blind spot, though. Like, several blind spots. But something definitely looked weird with some of the photos, but it was going by so quickly, I'm not sure if I saw something weird. But I want to take a look at those pictures again if I can. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I failed to see. I thought it would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on the camera. Oh my god. You notice something huge? Don't say anything yet. Let me see if I can figure it out. That's a bit of Friar Tuck, eh, bro? I don't know exactly what I saw, but I wish I could see it again. Lady Luck loves the skulkin. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? It must have been just after 1, right, bro? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Oh, let us examine the evidence. See, now this is a little odd to me. Okay. Good lord. It's the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. See, this is... as the court can clearly see, this is 1 a.m. The accused is pictured gun in hand facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence if you please, counsel. See, we're not going to see the other ones, are we? Am I going to miss it? I see the other ones again? I don't believe it, Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could have killed Mr. Windibank. I don't think so. There's something about it. I say, my lord. Oop. What? Oh. Of course. I wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a Bali bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on, the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, second cup. Second cup, third thing of wine. Fourth thing? Fifth, something. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what you're, we are to understand? It's time to fight the cause. God dang it. Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? You're gonna say no? No matter of speaking, yes. This is the Gyaradev Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report of the court, men, on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now, and I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't, but in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Please tell me if this is not the doctor that operated on Herlock. Please tell me it's not the doctor that operated on Herlock. Or could you be the coroner that left a bullet inside the body? Oh dear. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now, now undeniable. Stop. Why is he here? I love the mouse though. I'm very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Why? Once again. It's supposed to be random. Did they just go on the street and ask random people instead of doing like investigations about who they put on the jury? The heck? Now call upon each member of the jury to say his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Okay. Oh my god! The doctor! The doctor decided to use his head. He used his face instead of his hands. He's trying to stay sterile. Sir, I doubt any doctor in that time frame is going to be sterile enough for surgery. He sounds like the Halo announcer. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. He headbutted the button so he was able to stay sterile because he keeps his hands up all gloved and ready for surgery. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. Is it? Yeah. See, there has to be something weird about this. Because this we know is broken. The lamp is broken. It says 1 a.m. But if they got into the pawn shop at 1 or like around 1 and this is locked, how the heck did he... Do you think Gina Lestrade is strong enough to shimmy this man into that room? I doubt it. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. Do we see the one after? We can't see anything else. This is the only picture. We can't look at 1:30. It's only the one picture at 1 a.m. There's no other picture to look at. We see the picture of the cat in there, with the snowman. The door is mostly seen. Same gun? It is. Clock. Her wearing the jacket, the doll. God, I wish I could re-look at those pictures. God dang it. Okay, don't say anything that you see something huge. I'm gonna see if I can piece 2 and 2 together. Maybe they'll let me see the other pictures again. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. Don't say you gotta give me a moment. You've seen these games before. So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman. Reconnection successful. OBS, thank you. What the fudge? Reconnect. Here we go. I really love that he's just sitting there at the end. Just like petting the rat. Nonchalantly caressing the rat. Okay, jurors. All the evidence clearly points fingers of guilt at this young pickpocketine. Yeah. I see turtle. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. I know last night the internet like was kind of wobbly. So hopefully it stays stable. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in the stereo, the truth will just pop out. They're gonna go this route, are they? There's just the one picture, though. Is this photoshopped? With like, in the olden days photoshopped? That'd be funny. Oh, exactly at 1 a.m. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Oh my god. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Okay. I'm gonna press that middle one. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. In the accused's hands, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. There still has to be something about it that's weird. That I'm not noticing. Take it from a chap who's seen an action on the battlefield, or seen action on the battlefield, that young girl's on the verge of pulling the bullet trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. Well, I don't know. Show me the other pictures and I might be able to say otherwise. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. It's time to get stressed. It's time to get stressed. You can't even see. You can't even see the other guy. You see like a smidge of his mustache in the right above the O in the options. Oh my god. He's so tiny. He got Mike Wazowski'd. Do you think Eggs Benedict came back? I wouldn't be surprised, but he was taken by the police, but we can't say that the police aren't with like the evil men of the group. So wrong button. Oh, hold on. I just realized that I did not take my vitamins. 1 second. I'm gonna take the majority because the majority are like gummy versions. 1 sec. You know I will never turn down bubble tea. I will never ever turn down bubble tea if you were offering. Oh my god, sticking all the gummies in at once. Ugh. At least the flavor's not unpleasant and it's all pretty much fruity. Same as before, as always, please. Okay, I'll take the rest of those regular pills later. Okay. I want to press this one. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just come out. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Hey, does he have the pictures in there? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. Can I look at the other pictures? By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? No reason. Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only you could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Okay, so what's going on in this man's brain currently? What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? Yay! You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. I could probably tell I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That's totally passed me by. Of course people conducting surgery in this country are considered to be doctors. Oh no. See, that always that's such a big concern. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday, standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my... Your scalpel? Oh! If you left the scalpel inside, that person's dead. Dead! What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not. You say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? Probably in Alice's chest. Oh, sorry, Rogan. A scalpel? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? Oh my god! No, of course I couldn't. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. A little embarrassing? That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. This is exactly my concern, and seeing as the case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Oh god. I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you could be without being sure. A surgeon, that's not a doctor. Oh. I'm sure you need to be more sure. What the heck? Okay. Oh god. All evidence clearly points the fingers of guilt.
Hold it!
Pocket. You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. You're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? We can't utilize that in court. I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore, you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. It can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. I haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girls clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us. That's for dash certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can't be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. I beg to differ. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to the juror number 2. Is that why he's blushing? You butthole. Oh my god, he is sneaking glances at her. Maybe he just has a thing for maid outfits, which is why his wife is posing as a maid, but it's not actually a maid. I can see why you're blushing now, you absolute pervert. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyes. Let's see. Polishing the bench, I see, again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to a market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpursers, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the Great Detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rance magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Maid? Oh my god. Sholmes? A maid? See, he's not cleaning up for the wrong purposes, though. Not everybody who's a pickpocket is a bad person. They had to steal to survive. Not everywhere is hiring maid jobs that you can just like grasp at straws and. Gutter scum have the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Well, I mean, I can't say that those two are not bad, but... Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed, they're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Do you think you're holier than thou because do you work at a lord's mansion as a maid? Goodness. Where are all these people like this? It just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright, I shall amend my statement. Okay, what else are you gonna say? Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the Great Detective. Okay. Last 2 people to press, and then we figure out who to pit against who. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Who are you sending this to? This is supposed to be a mostly private court proceeding. Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You're well-informed, young lady. Iris. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. It's just when I was starting to catch up. Wi-Fi! Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. She's so excited about her job. Right. Trying not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technical... God. Technological revolution. Stop. People say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh. Oh, we're gonna have strife in the juror box.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he might be, just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Oh no, is Miss Peach of my cat ate my homework? Oh no! You better sit down and do it right here. If you did the homework and you cat ate the homework, you should already know the homework so you can retake the answers, yes? Also, the hat is very cute, thank you. I have decided for the miniature Detective Pikachu hat today. Absolutely, I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. Yeah, definitely, definitely. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry, stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. With photos I need to re-see? What sort of possibilities? Oh no, my cat ate my brain. Can I borrow one from the school? Do they keep brain specimens in jars at a school? I can maybe understand like college, but regular, like do they do that in high school? Like human brains? We'll take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through the stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues that you never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Bruno? Any prints we could look at with the stereoscope? Absolutely, I do. Hold on, let me save. Oh, you don't say? I have some pictures we can look at. Absolutely. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. I would like to use this photograph of Gina.
Take that!
All right then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll... Oh, fudge. I don't have a second picture of... Can I use the same picture? The only one I have is of the pawnbroker tickets. Which is just the backside. Did yours not? Maybe the Frankenstein School of Mad Science was weird for some reason. Can't imagine why. Yeah, I can't see why. Just one more. Can I show the same picture?
Take that!
Can I? Wait, sorry. What do you mean one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Yeah, maybe they'll just give us the other picture. Bruno, what? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? Picture of sad cat. You know, one for the left eye and one for the right? Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbrokery is just a normal photograph. Oh, no, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtained another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Aha! Ha ha ha! I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Counsel? What do I do now? All we need is another shot from... Keep pressing the other jurors? That seems logical.
Hold it!
Let's press this man. Please tell me you're not a villain Bolshevik. A Russian revolutionary? A revolutionary? I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you say, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like Wish's criminal. Wish's criminal? Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? He has his own dictionary. A good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Are we sure that he even fully understands what's going on here if he's going to a translator book? Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like Wish's criminal all the time, it's very painful. Very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People, they say are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That's all I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Okay, so I think I have the ones that we can pit against each other now. Sid Meier's YouTube studio just buffering exceptionally. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. See, it's all fishy. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yeah, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince them Gina's innocent. So we can pit our obviously Russian man against the maid. So, in Motherland, we never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent. So we can do... Yes. That seems... the most logical one.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement contradictory? Contradict. C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. I do not have stick, I have mouse. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. I mean, abdomen, A-B-D. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Oh, God. Here is word. Abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. Vital? Vital. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English, I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? Obviously, somebody who wants to sabotage me. Also, this pose right here, my goodness. The mouse is so cute. So you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before we've never done nothing. But truth is they shot detective, da. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Don't squeeze the mouse! This is not the rat shaker game! Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. Oh, rat. That one rat shaker game, which turned out to be a really, really scary horror game. This means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... The rat, no! The mouse! Enough, I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. Investigate. Yes it is, Rudo. Eat what? I'm afraid that won't be possible. Sorry? Can we see the other pictures? Yes! Yes! With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. If you compare the prints that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later... Yes, there we go! So we can finally see the other picture. You'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Tut, calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. See, why can't you just show me all the pictures, you goober? Why do you have to always hold things from me? Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Show me the 30-minute picture. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. Ooh, oh, there's something in the picture there. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' fight. Yeah, the lamp is broken. Lamp is broken, door is still closed. What was that? So this was taken after Hurley was shot then, as far as I can tell. Yeah, the... Okay. I knew that... Okay, so now we can give the picture to the other guy. Nothing has been taken. Oh, wait. Do you see that? Something moved. Nothing else moved. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything obviously missing in the second print. I would like to see both of them at the same time, please. Please? So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. Can I look at the other one now? God dang it. Shut up! I know you see it! Give me a chance to actually, like, be able to examine things! They shot man, but they stole nothing? Wait, is it not gonna let me give that to me in evidence form? It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lives. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Oh, that was easy. Heck. Don't tell me to shut up. I'll cancel your bubble tea. You gotta give me a chance to figure things out. You can't keep telling me things when I know you've seen the game before. You wouldn't cancel the bubble tea because if you... You wouldn't cancel the bubble tea. It's probably already made. That'd be a waste. Oh, yay, well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose, but there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I could do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be yes, let me see both of them, please. Yeah, we can do that now, but I want to take a look at it. You may have not seen the game in over a year, but that means nothing. Oh, the picture. The picture move? So we know that the lamp is different. The door actually looks the same too. We have 1 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. Is it? Huh. Okay, let's just... Well, now that you have both pictures, you could show them to Mr. Yeah, the Mr. Stereoscope man. Okay. Here we go. You really show up new clues, though? Don't know unless you try. How about the print here? Little prints. There's not that one. And then we get the next one.
Take that!
There. Thank you. That has the bubble tea. Hee 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 hee. Hold on, let me mix this a little bit. Oh my god, it's actually kind of difficult to mix. Oh my god, it's so nice and cold. Oh my god, this room is so hot. It does say that the temperature has gone down a smidge. It's now at 85 degrees, 85.7, still just about 86. Oh my god. Has the two, oh god, has it been repaid now? I thought it was already repaid. I guess it is repaid now, as of today. Oh my god, the coldness of this bubble tea is so lovely. You know what? I'm gonna just hold this. I'm gonna hold this cold cup in my hand. I missed stream, so I probably lost track either way, Gratz. Yay! The debt has been repaid. Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera and Windabanks on the night in question. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the position of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the two together inside your head, it notices the shift as it were depth. When was the first one? When was the first bubble tea? Was that during... Oh no, it was during... There was one during Pokemon Stadium, and then there was another one during Ace Attorney, I think. This is surplus. Well, anyway, I appreciate the surplus because it is so hot in my room right now. This is great. I'm gonna have to wash my bedding later. It's so sweaty. Oh my god. Okay. And that's the small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh. Of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have! Oh my goodness, Iris. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Runa. Go on. So let's see what... I mean, other than like the broken lamp, is there something else that's glaringly obvious? Can you see that? There's really there's a really obvious difference between them. Don't move me to the big screen. I'll be self-conscious. Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions. See what else was moved. Alright, I'll have a go. I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. I don't want to do it myself. Please say I don't have to do it myself. Let's see if by crossing my eyes, I can make the quill pens, from each picture overlap in the middle. What else is missing? Oh. Wait. It's not even gonna do it for me? We could just say, yeah, I saw it. Let's save. What the fudge? Oh. What? What's going on with these two pictures? Oh? What? Okay. The heck? Some of the things on the counter are sort of jump out at you. It's photoshopped, isn't it? It's like yes, that's it. You see, that's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power. Is something going on, going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. They messed with the pictures, didn't they? In other words, these are in the exact same spot. Well, everything else is slight. Oh. No, they're not in the exact same spot. It's slightly different. Everything else is in the same spot. It's very slight. These are the only thing that's three-dimensional, while everything else is exactly the same. It would have been so much funnier if we got to see Van Zeek's crossing his eyes. They would never do that to him. He's too prim and proper for that. This shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. This is interesting. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does the shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some of the items on the counter appeared to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Yeah, because the picture or the camera is mounted on the wall, so it would be the exact same setup. How is that glaringly obvious, Sai? It was like a minuscule smidge over. Glaringly obvious. Someone tampered. New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. You were talking about something else? What the heck else could be glaringly obvious other than the lamp being broken? We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the most imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Dave? Yeah, the only thing I spotted as well was the broken lamp is glaringly obvious. What the heck else are you seeing? Look at the pictures again side by side and see for yourself. I can't currently. Guy, you're gonna make me... You're gonna make me want to take 2 print screens and put them side by side. Can we say either one of these guys? Nash. It was the witnesses currently at the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Not the mouse! Not the mouse! This does not agree with what brother said in testimony before. They said they did not even have the time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. But for realsies, Peach, if you say I don't see it when they ask, they'll actually lay them on top of each other in a little animation thing. It helps a lot. God, if only. I mean, they sort of did after you say yes that you see it, but I'm glad that that is an option. Stop squeezing the baby! Was this another lie? Is that what you were saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. Why exactly? As you can see from from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windebank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have admitted key facts in their testimony. There we go. But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Probably the picture... Probably the other cat picture that has the information about the small box. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by 2 thieves? Well said. Oh, he's gonna smash his face into the button. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. It's not even a button, he's just smacking his face on the table. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. God, why is he even still in the doctor's... Why is he still in his, like, scrubs doctor attire with the gloves on? It's... Oh my god, it's so funny. Wholeheartedly agree, stop. Bus purchase after trial, stop. Will return home via Regent Street, stop. Oh, she's gonna go buy a stereoscope on the way home. That's in my favor. Maybe he has weak elbows. Maybe the only thing that's good about him is the hardness of his head. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. How do you think that there's a cutoff point for the summation examination, or can I continue to go on until, like, they're still not convinced otherwise? Or follow Van Zeek's example and use leg. I don't think this man has long enough legs for that. That man is gonna have to be upside down to be able to even get his leg on the table. He does not have long legs like Van Zeek's does. Well done. Oh, by the way, what? What? What, Iris? You should hold on to this, Rudo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but all right. The stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Sadly, I must obey now. Have a wonderful trial, and here's hoping to the cat's homework eating days are over. I can't wait to see what the cat is going to do in this trial, because it's still somewhere in the antechamber. But anyway, I hope you have a great rest of your day. No face, thanks for popping in and being silly with us. I hope whatever you're doing, you get it done in swift fashion, and it's all done and put away. Goodbye, goodbye. This is gonna be interesting that I literally have a stereoscope in here. Oh wait, can I look at that? It still is interesting that things are like, certain things are slightly shifted out of place. You have to pop your two prints in here to start with, you see. And then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing is to get right is the position of the 2 prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Okay, hold on. You're making it where I'm gonna have to really scrutinize this. 1 second. I'm gonna take a picture of both of them. And I'm gonna stare at the both of these. Open link. Open link. Put that down. Gonna put this up here. Put that there. Making me put this into Discord so I can look at both of these at the same time. What the heck else am I missing in here? Stop vibrating harder, I'm looking. Hold on, I gotta... Why does this one not want to zoom in? 1 sec. Why is one zooming in and not the other? There we go. Okay, give me 1 second as I make sure both of these can be looked at the same time. Where'd the other one go? The heck am I missing? When you'll see it, you'll be like, oh! Are we sure about this? So we have the lamp. We know that's obvious. We have the angle of window banks and that. There's the stool. 1 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. It's not an item? Huh? Is it the fact that the... Oh. Oh, there's no thing on the door. There's no flap on the door to open. Oh, see, these are like the very small lines that are really hard to see. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I see what you mean. Hold on. Let me take... I see. Okay, let me go back. Cause this here at 1 a.m. the doors lines for the additional like peephole is not there. It's what? How? Huh? Okay, we'll have to keep that in mind. You found it. I don't think it's glaringly obvious though. It's kind of out of the way. But I see what you mean. It's still very much there. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. Oh my goodness. Why is that? Somebody definitely tampered with pictures, didn't they? How is it possible that that's missing? I'm sure I won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I won myself another chance to probe the pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing until I've proven that Gina is innocent. How can you replace a door that quickly in a 30-minute span? Because we know ourselves that the door can be opened that way, but you can't physically get in through the door because the door is locked on the other side. But I feel like you'd be able to open the door with the peephole there. Like long enough arms? Gangly enough? You could totally get in there. It would be some effort, but you could do it. God, he's leaning all the way over. Gosh, I wish I could figure out a good position to put myself in that I'm not blocking some portions of the screen, because it really is like having them on both sides and having the text here. I would literally have to put myself at the top of the screen upside down to not be in the way. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I'm so sorry, Gregson. At least he has his fish and chips. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Yeah, Governor. You know the first guy looks like what, except his chin, I think it needs to be pointier. He looks like the cartoon version of like Snidely Whiplash. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Core blimey. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was Bedlam soon as it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers, poor blimey. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We'd never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? Oh, you You just gave it away. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Oh. Up number 2. And that gentleman may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. He's jiggle cheek physics. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. We'll peach. Peach? Illegal entry, the whole truth. Are they also blushing because of the maid? Are these 3 perverts just blushing because of the maid? Their eyes are looking up at the podiums. Oh my god. All right, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot. See, we made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lumpy didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight back in. Once again, I would leave. If I heard a gunshot, I would be leaving, not picking things up and basically putting them in almost the exact same spot. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had that chance, did we? Okay. Let's pick this apart. So you bet the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor. No. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tidied up. Yeah. Oh, he's grasping the table. Are you okay, sir? Sorry. Is everybody else in this room acting normal except for these 3 idiots? By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. Hello, love. Hey, baby. Hi. The way you say it, we hardly sound like Russ at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can he make us sound a bit more cutthroat? I love that if this is what I think it is, and they're blushing towards the maid, who's literally berating them. What the heck? They're into being scolded. And you want to sound more... You want to be more dastardly when she already hates you? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibank's that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Gregson's the only normal one up there currently. They're staring at her, never really make eye contact with me at all. Okay, all right. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash. We ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And, in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. That's rotten luck. says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied up the place. He's so angry. Sorry. It was when we heard the gunshot. See, made us both jump and all that stuff when flying. So what you're saying is the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter? Yeah. Well, it shocked one of us that much. Yeah, this bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Dead granny. Big bruv, ear screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. Hello? You're telling me this man that's sitting on a box fell over on the counter? Was he standing on the counter? I don't mean to be mean. I'm just thinking of the thought process here. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked, them scales on the floor. You're really mastered working quietly then. Oh, what a racket. Granny would have scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quite... It was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam. What? Oh.
Excuse me.
What's going on, Gregson? Sir Inspector, what's going on? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. And? No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. The statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Oh, you're digging your grave even deeper. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. It does ring a bell, now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony have him any more sloppy than it is hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Oh?
Hold it!
Okay. So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Oh. Kind of thing. Interesting. A career in acting tragically missed. They could have been in theater. They would have been making all sorts of money. And where were the voices coming from, could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of the door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windibank. On me Granny's life, of course it was. On is Granny's life, of course it was. Isn't it, if your brother is, isn't it the same Granny? So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice. Oh! How'd you know Mr. Windibank? So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Nah, we didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke and all the fancy cobblers giving us the evil eye? He's about to have an aneurysm. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me Granny's life it is. On his Granny's life it must be. It's a good job his Granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Yeah, make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, I hate that the main reason that they are acting this way is probably the maid in the jury group. Hate this. He's like, I want to look good for the maid on the podium. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Wait, huh?
Hold it!
What? You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, but that was a side, eh? The two of them waving them guns at each other? Must have been... Wait, huh? Excuse me? Is this where this is gonna come into play with the fact that the... In both of these pictures... that there is one and isn't one? How the heck did you see... How'd you see them? If the door was supposedly closed? Oh yeah, but that was a side, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before we shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. But he's only ever threatened to shoot himself and not others. That's important. Bit of detail for Mr. Windibank. Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. Well, it's more like he's been trained to do it to himself. That's someone being himself, of course. Yes. Yeah. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it, cooked his goose proper. But he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." It was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. Then we heard the sounds of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went quiet dead. after that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. It did have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next. So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? And how'd you know that they were both holding a gun? Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was open. How'd you know it was locked if you didn't touch it? Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Guff, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing, what was going on in there, did we? Contradiction. Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the room. Like through the keyhole or perhaps a spy hole. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. Anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, you see, but one day we'll really cut the mustard. Oh, Greg said I'm so sorry. Yeah, lies beget lies. Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there unconscious with a gun in her hand. To confirm, it would be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom. That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. God, if this was only like the jury and I could pit this testimony against its own testimony. We stuck everything back where he found it and scarpered straight into him in the black. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, me, mine went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hands. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or somewhat, so they clapped the darbies on us like winking. And after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it done it. Proves it. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
Still trying to figure out whose blood that is. Why should we believe that? What? Well, because it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At the time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windibank. Correct. Yeah, but they just said they both had a gun. Hold on. You got it, mister. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank? Is that really true, I wonder? What the heck? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. Are we not gonna just address the fact that they said that they saw them both with a gun, but then never said that they never saw Windibank? It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Yeah, I said Thinkler. I'm so sorry. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movements of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take that all in and your brain will quietly analyze it, coming up with a feeling like you describe. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Mental age. Okay. The bloke what owned the place was old and a gun, so he would have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. So I could present the other picture, the one that is at 1:30, and point that the door is still closed. I'm gonna press it again, see if something different happens. You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, but that was a side, eh? 2 of them waving them guns at each other must have been pretty heated. I can't believe that they contradict themselves in the same sentence. Like, in the same... Not that long after sentence. It really sounded like he meant it, mine. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Skip that. Everything went dead quiet. Okay, let's see if the bloke what owned the place was old and a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. So could we use the fact that the doors closed in the post shooting? And they didn't, they said that they didn't touch it, which is also funny because they say, oh, it's locked. How could you know if you didn't touch the door?
Objection.
Maybe? Okay, that's definitely not it. Maybe the one where they say that Windibank had a gun and present the picture of the body. Oh, that would make sense. Because he was shot in the back. Why would... Oh, yeah. No, that makes more sense because she was shot in the back. Thought process.
Objection.
That makes so much more sense than the other one. Yeah, if he had a gun, why does he not have a pic or have it in the picture of the body? But also the fact that they demonstrated that he was shot in his chest in the front and not in the back. Hi, baby. Do you want freedom? Shall I text somebody to let you free? I should have thought of that more so than thinking about the fact that the door was closed itself. Right there. Yeah, it's also true. So you're saying That on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Yay. She's free. So not only... Because they could say that, yes, they know him by his voice. Because then they would also know the fact that he has the gun in his possession for X, Y, and Z reasons. So, of course, they would think, oh, he had a gun on him. But I can't say that they actually physically saw him with a gun. But even though they say that, he saw it with a gun. He has, Nash. He has. No question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. Yeah, because there's no two guns except for your guys' gun and Windibank's gun. Hey, you what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Only one gun, though. He said that they were pointing guns at each other. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hands. Yeah, that mole tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. See, this is also the demonstration. He wasn't shot in the front. Kind of thing. Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime scene had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates the inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? We could use the same picture, right? I'm gonna save. Because he was shot in the back, not the front.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witness claims to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Yeah, because then he would be facing. There'd be no reason for him to be turned around and running away. Because if you're trying to get a gun away from somebody, you would be facing them. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we have been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, if I could ask the court to study the photograph of the victim's body again, you can clearly see that Mr. Windibank was in fact shot from behind. So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skulkin. Whoa, getting to the bottom of it. But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night. The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Something like that might have slipped out. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, you all have just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, yes. Getting there. Order the courtroom. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to, Oh, he's about to throw that bottle into the audience back here. It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witnesses would be the death of you. False witnesses? Yes, false witness. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us. What are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bro, come on, the game's up. But we'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sorry, I didn't mean to smack my microphone. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Oh my god. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door in the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. See, now this is more than fishy. At a downward angle. Hold on. Is there a possibility that he could have been shot post-mortem? Maybe his neck snapped or something? I get that there's no other signs of, like... Are we gonna go back to what happened to Gazuma? That... No outward physical injuries, but he definitely snapped his neck in the ship on the table. What if he fell down the steps and trying to get away from the thieves, the Skulkin brothers, and he just snapped his neck and then somebody shot him? I don't know. I'm confused. So now you're telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? Well, yes, sorry. Well, we'll find out ourselves, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, we ain't got nothing to hide. Nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I'm scared. Poor Gregson looks so tired in the corner. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and Eve just sighed of relief when the geezer showed his mug. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windabank. Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. Well, we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery's storeroom. Yeah, that must be where he popped up from, only place he could have been. So it seems the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at the time, or at that point in time as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at the time? What that mall tooler? Couldn't tell you. No way, Cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. You mean that gun he bellowed and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Windibank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever, blimey lummy, a great ugly barrel he had pointed straight at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with that gun at the time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. And then all of a sudden he came at us he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we added, I mean... for an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox and he chucked me over the counter. How were you that close? Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. You said he lobbed him over the counter? He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked over them scales on the floor. So who cleaned up after? Did you still stay long enough after being chucked over the counter? So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Bravir went flying over the counter like a gunshot. I can tell you that then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. What? At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There's a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windibank, he did everything he could to protect his shop. There's a lot of fishy things going on about this. I pulled my gun on him and then he lugged it through that door into the back room. Back into the back room. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? Nah, never. I was just, you know. Oh my god. Looking out for me, bro, weren't I? Eastwood got, he was being flattened, don't forget. My man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yes, that's it. He showed me a way, then ran off, through that door and shut himself in. Really? There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Yeah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hand again? I have no idea, but this is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me brother. That's right, Nash. That's right, me and me brother. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's, all what happened, I swear. You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one, good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could have possibly have shot the victim, the accused, was Gina Lestrade. See, we had to, now I think this is when we established the fact that the door had a pretty sizable, like, peephole? It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? Yeah, there could have been. Because the door had an opening, you could still totally shoot somebody from that position. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What? It's the FBI! What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night. The course of this trial completely changed. God, they're so shady, and I know that they're supposed to look like thieves and everything in some stereotypical silly attire, but still. What else do you know? Who are you working for? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must have is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer after all. FBI agent, we're getting to the bottom of this court case. I think we might be getting close to the end, but this could also be another few hours. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Yeah, we could point out the door. How we even found them in the first place. Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord. Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Oh, I gotta point out two locations then. Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Rudo? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative that to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. So we can say it's literally right here in front of the door. Right here specifically. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. I want to say, I really want to say at the door. Because why would some of the evidence that we have with the pictures indicate that there was and wasn't an additional, like, opening apparatus mechanism on the door?
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? In the storeroom.
Take that!
Because to me, there's none of his blood anywhere else, so he couldn't have been shot anywhere else. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet in his back. Looking at the stain of blood in the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where the shooter was when the fatal bullet was fired. So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled a gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. Mr. Windibank ran away through the door. When we have to assume that the door was open at the time. That is a thought process. It was precisely at that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. So they're gonna say something about the door being locked from the inside, but we could also, if it's gonna go that route, argue that the door could have been locked from the outside by inside because of the door, the extra mechanism to open the door, or like the peephole. That these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Oh, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. That makes sense. I mean, he could have, like I said, he could have also been, like he fell over onto the floor. And when you're pointing a gun down at somebody when they're already on the floor, it's gotta go in at an odd angle. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypotheses to the court. In the scenario just described, the defendant's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom, in which case, who shut and locked the door from the inside? We can say Gina, because she was the only one else in there. I don't think we should go complicated, because we don't have the establishment of the... we don't have the establishment that the door has an additional way to open. We saw that because that's how we discovered the body and Gina, but I think we can only say Gina at this point.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I mean, where else was she supposed to go? You had somebody with a weapon at the door. The only thing that you could do was lock the door and hide. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Oh. Ah, yes, such a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh, Irish, you're so smart for pointing out the very, very big, obvious thing that nobody else is gonna pick up because they want to be dum-dums. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you go with this. Outside the storeroom was the terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
Oh? But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, your brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Nothing to refute? Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers? Don't say three. That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not... what's up your sleeve? An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation... Oh my god. Hold on. I'm gonna take a sip of this bubble tea. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. I myself find the defendant's argument most persuasive. On to another cup? I dare say such a chicanery? Chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such a blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pedophagy here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw. I love his music. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, it might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Oh, yeah, third cup. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. Oh, by George, count bullets. Oh dear. You noticed then. What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? One, technically. Two bullets. Where was the other bullet? Still, I guess still in the body. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. No, then we can say that there's technically 3 bullets. There's 3. Indeed, the defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. No, can we say that the... Fudge. Okay. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Winterbank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. I hate that we established this earlier. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a divisionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Now, how do we refute this? Oh, there it goes. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Conduct? The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc, McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim test. Oh. Oh, Gregson, what is this? Lord Van Zeeks, I am... Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. Oh? What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Oh, see? Somebody pulling the strings. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. A metal disc used to play music and a mechanical music box. On the reverse side is a note that reads, "For McGilded." The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. I'm gonna save here. God, how much longer is this gonna go? We've been going on for 3.5. Okay. Now I gotta refute this. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. Don't crush my hopes there, my delusions. I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. I've been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer is bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. He's still smacking his head on the desk. God, now what the heck do I do after this? I know we can establish the door and all that, but what else? And they've got to figure out a different way to do the gunshots. And where's Holmes? Where's Sholmes? Where's our boy? We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Oh, how dare he use it against us. Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with this, the second summation examination of the day, Mr. Foreman. Are you and the other jurors ready? Garadeb's squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. I hope... I hope this is not going to be too long-winded. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you've now determined the defendant to be guilty. Here we go. What stupidity is in here now? The jurors' contentions. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. I don't know about law-abiding citizens. You lot are. One is leaving a scalpel in his patients. The other one is probably giving information about this courtroom right now to other people. One's not even a resident of London. This girl's just absolutely on her high horse. And I mean, the foreman's not that far off either. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. You butthole. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I'm ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. I think that's where our information is going to come from. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. God, him doing the peeking, so stupid. I want to backhand him. Like, slap him right upside the back of his head. I have to admit, I was rather, bold over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris? That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. New glass. 7th cup of wine. Well, probably nearly the 10th cup now. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out eventually. I mean, we're already working towards that. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Okay, we're gonna press the statement of our Russian man in the corner with the mouse, and hopefully he won't squeeze the mouse hard enough, or something happens to the house. The defense's rebuttal. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to the end first.
Hold it!
Ballistics expert. I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just visiting tourists. So you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? I have much experience with guns. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, no, blood of, Extreme violent blood baths, perhaps. Those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. I would agree. I would totally agree. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There's nothing I do not know, no mystery I cannot solve. So can we acknowledge something about the two guns then? He's very confident in his knowledge for guns, that's for sure. But if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, so we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Okay. Van Zieks has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material, and we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Okay. So let's talk about the bullets. We're probably gonna have to pit him up against the maid again. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her the count to table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes. Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene, could that be possible? I feel is possible. Because we have the one that's supposedly in Windibank. We have the one on the wall, and then the one that is in Sholmes, or was in Sholmes. So I wonder if you can say it's a possibility that we can figure out if the bullet is the same to the guns through our Russian friend. I can possibly prove it, but I don't know if I can prove it right now. Okay. Let's see if we can say I can prove it, but maybe that'll give us an indicator to do something else. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet. Oh. Okay. I don't think that I have the evidence just yet for this. Okay. Can I? Is this gonna be another Von Karma incident? I don't know. Wait. Can I look at the... Just real quick. For McGilded, that's the man you defended in a court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Runo? Yes, or rather mistakenly defended. Also, hi, Bill. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Then we talk about the blood here. Oh, Runo, look, this is blood. Yes, you're right, just a small smear, but definitely blood. Oh, maybe we can have her tell us the color of it. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. It's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. All right, hold still with that disc, Runo. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Poof. What color? It's green! Oh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? So it's whoever was shot in the shop that day. Ah, Eggs Benedict. Egbert Benedict. Mmm. Okay. Now, I don't know if we still need to establish this by blood. Yeah, which means Sholmes still has the bullet inside him. But do we have to establish that first before we tell this lady is like, oh, I know what the third shot is? Oh, fudge. Okay, which means we might have to take one for the team and lose a point for this. Because we might have to talk about the guns first, but let's see if we can use the blood sample portfolio. That's a no. I don't suppose this would pass as the third bullet. It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. Don't be mean to me. Coming from you, I'm going to take that as meaning as not much. In no way does it resemble a bullet, if that helps your understanding of my last remark. Okay. Okay, we're gonna resave because we got information out of this, and I'm okay with losing that 1 point. Let's actually try to find the this third bullet before we attempt that again, Bruno. Okay. Let's save. Okay. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it is the pickpocket. Okay. So let's press the doctor. Would you please stop uttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Oh, okay, I get it. We're gonna reestablish. Is this? Are you telling me that this is the doctor that operated on Sholmes? And possibly left a scalpel behind? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. What? It was quite inexplicable, don't you think? What? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time you were operating on... now what was that fellow's name? Hurlich? No, Herlock? Herlock? No, Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Hairlock fellow. Oh my god, you're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? See, you can't tell me that they choose these people by random. That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere, and yet apparently possibly left a scalpel inside. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but... Yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct. As is clearly shown in this photographic print, the bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to that man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury, no sign that the bullet had left the body at all. And you couldn't find the bullet in his body? Was there even an entry wound of the bullet? Okay, now I'm convinced that he went under surgery for no reason and didn't even have a bullet in him. That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? I feel like he had some... Because the way that he was acting, like he was in pain. But what if he was wearing something akin to like a bulletproof vest? What if that's just something that he has on his person? It's almost as though... It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Oh my god. I can't say it. Infuriating. Infuriating. How did my brain come up with extra letters? Please explain. Please explain to me how my brain works. I don't get it.
Hold it!
Okay, we're gonna press that again. Mr. Sholmes' surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. There's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot. Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, doctor? He was in a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. I suspect that he was shot at close range, too. I don't get it. Because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry. Okay. Burnt. As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound. Are you saying that they didn't use a real bullet on him? Because there's no way that you can have point blank range and not have the bullet exit out the back. Okay, how is there no exit wound? Which is why I thought I better locate the lug and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullets inside the patient? Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbroker shop. But there's no exit wound. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me into insanity. If only there were some sort of expert in ballistics who could help us, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy. Well, boy, do I have the juror for you. So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. The fudge. Maybe it was someone using the gun mage dress sphere. They use a blue bullet.
Hold it!
Okay, let's press this. Okay. It's gonna be the same thing. Bloodbath. Do I have to present something to him first, or is it that I... Only in Russian language. Okay. I have to... What the fudge is going on? The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? Do I have to pit them against each other? Is that how you do it? I'm a ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings and there's nothing I do not know about guns. Okay, so I'm gonna save. I'm gonna see if pitting the two against each other will progress it.
Objection!
Okay, let's see. These two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T. I like that the rat is even... The mouse is looking at the book as well. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers, but since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found in the lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. So then we're establishing that this is not his wound, and we can go off of the fact that Egbert Benedict is his blood turns green. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. This situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find a bullet in my body and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? A bullet never hit me. What? Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? A bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. It hit the lamp. It hit the oil lamp, and the reason why he was bleeding was because of the glass. One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made wound deep that looks just like bullet wound. Oh, good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. That is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. What? But then that doesn't answer the question at all. Hmm? The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop, not the Snowy Mountain Road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. Oh! That he uses his investigations? Are we saying that this is where he keeps his... Is this where he keeps his substances? Is this where he keeps his, Oh my god. And they are totally used for investigations. What, really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when we arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Vinzeeks, while I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived at the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it's been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Supposedly. Very well, while extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. Well, if they say that this thing is intact or mostly intact, I can provide information otherwise of some other things that can possibly do damage. Yeah, one of the vials is broken. This is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And, it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. I don't know if I don't think it's the same bullet, though. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. See, sir, it's still my time. Were you speaking? The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of this case remain unaltered. Well, at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Very much. Glad I could help. Okay. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. The pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting, one of the glass files was smashed and there are scorch marks around it. Let's take a look. Oh, wow. It hit him at the side, too. Oh, wow. Okay. It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap's broken. Look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. There it is. Ah ha 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 ha! Peach, I'm gonna go to bed, but I'll be lurking, listening. Have fun. Good night. Sleep well. Have good dreams. We have the third bullet. What the iris look? Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? Oh, that's the Skulkin's brother's bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. It's an amazing discovery. What this means is that there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The third bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. Projectile we discovered lodged in Mr. Sholmes' pouch. It caused one of the files to explode, injuring Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god! Oh look, there's a hole here at the back. It doesn't look like a bullet hole, but clearly something ripped through the leather with great force. You know what? I'm surprised that the other files are still intact. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, but didn't they? Oh my god, he got his organs rearranged for nothing other than trying to figure out where the bleeding was. He didn't actually get shot. They were trying to find the bullet inside him. Oh my goodness. Okay. Now we can present to her the third bullet. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, this new piece of evidence, it could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around. Somehow, I'm sure of it. We have a third bullet. And I'm going to save. God, how much more is this? I think, I'll go for another 30 minutes or so, and then we're gonna have to continue this another day. Okay. And we press. The number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired that have been examined by the police. Let's show the third bullet. A third bullet somewhere on the scene. I can prove it. I have it right here. The third bullet. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windabank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponiese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? Well, I mean, good on you for not looking, as you have basically given me my evidence needed. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullets fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in the photographic print. Oh. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windabank and the belongings to, that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We know now that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency, oh my god, is now explained, somehow explained. We cannot and must not pass judgment. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witness back to the stand at once. Oh my god, I'm dying. Oh no. Okay. Witnesses. What? Oh? Welcome back, my little furry friend. My Emily is back in the room. You know what? I'm surprised you don't even want to cuddle. She comes into this room, lays on her cat scratcher. Baby girl. You're the baby girl. Hi. Up, up. Come on. Come here. She looks at me so sad. Come here, sweetie. You're such a pain in the butt. Should I move the desk up a little bit? Hmm? No, okay. Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble, simply answer the one question. A third bullet was identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing. Is it one of yours? Gorblimey, Gov, Gorblimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. Yeah, but where's this supposed third brother you were talking about? It's just the two of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky? Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Yeah, why would only one of you have a gun? Question. Lummy, that's an Ed Scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear that this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice, they had another gun, it has nothing to do with them. I would say a third accomplice because there's a high possibility that third accomplice is injured. And these two are most definitely not injured. And we can say Egbert Benedict is more than likely. I think they had a secret accomplice. Because they already say, oh, we're gonna be in deep doo-doo if this goes out and we say something, and it could be their third accomplice. On that night at Winnipeg's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun. As we can chalk that up to the green blood. An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. Why pig swill? These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has not been a murmur of a third man if this apparently wraith-like being exists. Oh, third cup. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. So could I do the blood first and then show the disc later? The prosecution demands answers on 2 accounts. On 2 counts, firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this suspicious character. Okay, so Egbert Benedict. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel? I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense... Oh, fudge a duck. Oops. Save. I mean, we probably could. Ready to present answers. I think we have what we can... I think we have stuff we can utilize for this. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponiese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. Because we could... Because if he wants to go the route that, oh, she stole, like, this and this, like, she was in there the other day and trying to get it back again today. Because we can use Egbert Benedict because he was also trying to steal basically from Gina. We can go that route. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it'll make a difference. We had to do sequence. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Because I think the music box disc is going to be after the fact, and I think we could probably go with the blood samples first and foremost. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. We can utilize the blood on the wall. You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of a third intruder. Well, which one is it? We can use this one.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a blood stain, my lord. A blood stain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective. New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's bloods to change its color. Different elements of people's blood. This is gonna blow their minds. Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. Still, she's sharing secrets out of this courtroom. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Ah, striking blue. Yes, so you see the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that someone else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of someone else, the third-party intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Yeah, because then we can talk about the Egbert Benedict and then maybe the music disc after, or it might be vice versa. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is the alleged third intruder? Yeah. Okay, we can go for Egbert Benedict.
Take that!
The man's name is Egbert Benedict. Egbert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel? God, please let this be over soon. He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing the article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Yes, then we can use the music disc after this. Broker, yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, sir. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say... Freaking JoJo, man. Any music box of discs, too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. You corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Oh, would you look at that? 11 a.m. That taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. Skulkin. Oh, look at the sweat. Never seen the geezer before in my life. Geezer? On me life, Gov. On me life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I can state otherwise. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponi's friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yeah, I can still go for it. I still have more evidence to give, silly. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree, we must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it, kicking and screaming into the courtroom. God, are we gonna have to bring him into and then this is gonna go for longer? I think if we have to bring him in, I'm gonna call it here and then we will finish this on another day. Yes, my lord, the defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in the photograph print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. And we can utilize the already smeared blood on the music box.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim the disc from Windibanks. Baby girl, what are you meowing for? Hi. Which is the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Very well. And it still has the ripped shirt. Then I shall bid you farewell, say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Baby, why don't you come up here and hang out with me? What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. And the blood is on the disc. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. These protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the blood stain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the result to this portfolio. The blood has turned green. Yes. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. Wait! Come here. Come on up. Up, up. Come here. Up, up. Come on. If you give me a moment, I will free you. Okay? Give me a moment. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at the two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Boy, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. Yeah, it's boiling in here too. At least it's gone down a couple more degrees. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to call it here. We might have a short stream after, but who knows? There might be additional cutscenes at the end. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore the gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Hold on, sweetie. Hold on, baby girl. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. Wait, hold on. Thank goodness. You're the one who wants back into the room and then wants freedom so soon after? You have to give me a moment. And now you employ chemical substances devised by that fantastical persona in the highest court in the land? Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... Oh, there's the leggy. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? He's a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. See, what else can I utilize here? Is Herlock gonna show up? I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief, what did you just say, young girl? Good noticing that, Iris. And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? Ah, Venzieks. So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. I love Iris so much. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for the final leaning in this matter. Oh my god. Yeah, I think once we get this result, we're gonna call it for today. Baby girl. Emily, give me a moment. Give me a moment, sweet fuzzy child. So then state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Ah!
Not guilty.
Yes.
Guilty.
Guilty?
Guilty.
Oh dear.
Not guilty.
Oh my god. Oh, thank goodness. Why is the doctor saying guilty? I mean, well, it still works in my favor. Two called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. Says the people who basically bring in Herlock almost every like really big case, even though he's not actually a part of the police department. I think he's credible enough if the police are calling on Herlock. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of this summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. He's gonna have a heart attack. So this means we're bringing in the new boy, Egbert Benedict, which is gonna happen next time. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very recently requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove that the man was there that night. Could I say something? Well, to be fair, they only let him get involved because they're scared to death that Iris will make them look bad. Yeah, no, that's kind of true. Somewhat. I think it's like a half and half kind of thing too. Who was that? Please, who spoke? It was me, my lord. What? You're the one who said guilty. Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show this photographic print to me again, the one with the gentleman. Oh, she knows him! Ah, right, yes, this one you mean, of Mr. Benedict? Ooh, yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. No, good gracious. Order in the court? Juror number 5, how on earth? I'm a communications officer, stop. As we can clearly see, oh. The gentleman in this photograph is stop. Also communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. Okay, that's where the newspaper is gonna come in handy. The man's a traitor. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. You should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping away on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. She's getting increasingly fussy. I hope that we get to a to be continued in a moment. I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. A respectable job? You mean he's a city banker? Lord Van Zieks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm almost done, then I will free you. We will free each other and I can get out of this sauna of a room. The court will recess in 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Yeah, we're definitely taking a break. Yes! Yes! Give me a moment. Let's stop scratching the carpet. I am almost done. I just need to save. I just need to save. Okay. We're gonna have it stop there. Yes, give me a moment. I'm almost done. I just saved. I gotta say goodbye to the people. Do you want to say goodbye? She's like, no, let me out. We're gonna end it here since it seems like there's still a good bit of the courtroom yet, and I've gone 4.5 hours. Well, I think I've actually gone to the point where I said that I was gonna wait another 30 minutes, and we got the to be continued part. Oh God, excuse me, pardon me. Oh no, I don't even have soda. We're gonna continue this next time. And I'll see you guys to the day after tomorrow, because we're gonna pick back up on BioShock Infinite, and then I think this next time. Oh, she's been freed. I guess they heard her. We will pick this up next time, and I think it's going to be probably the last session. If I can think, because I thought this one was going to be the last session and we were just going to get through the courtroom proceedings and whatever like aftermath things that are going to go on. But this is going on a lot further than I thought it was going to. So we still have quite a bit left to do. Anyways, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I hope you sleep well when you go to bed. Don't forget to take care of yourself, feed yourself, hydrate with whatever you can. Get those electrolytes in. Pinch of salt in your water. Don't forget to take your vitamins, medication. I'm going to finish taking the rest of my vitamins. Because I only took half of them earlier. And I'll see you guys the day after tomorrow. Hopefully, it is not as hot of a day. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, if you're going out anywhere, if you're in a hot room, highly recommend frozen water bottles. Big giant ice packs, very helpful. But yeah, good night everyone. Sleep well when you go to bed. Have good dreams. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.